always nice to come back to Quail Hollow for obvious reasons. You know, I've obviously great memories from this place. You know, first win on the PGA Tour 15 years ago. You know, winning last year, I probably played, you know, my best golf of the year last year here, especially at the weekend. So yeah, you know, look, it's been an amazing 2025. You know, there's been a lot of great golf played, and but there's still a lot of golf left to play this year. So you know, I'm excited for the journey ahead. You know, looking forward to this week. Hopefully the weather clears up a little bit and the course can dry out a bit. But yeah, excited to tee it up in another PGA Championship and give myself another opportunity.
That's great. Thanks, Rory. We'll open up for questions starting on mic 13 and then over to 9.
Hi, Rory. Xander Schauffele said recently that the prospect of you playing in majors without the burden of chasing the Grand Slam was scary. Do you see yourself as scary, or how would you describe your prospects going forward?
I'm just the same person. I turn up and try to have the same attitude and the same approach to each and every tournament and try to get the best out of myself. And some weeks that results in wins and some weeks it doesn't. And, you know, as long as I approach every week that way, you know, all I can do is go out there and try to play the golf that I know that I'm capable of. And, you know, as I said, some weeks someone just plays better than you, and other weeks, you know, it's your time. So, you know, I've played over 400 events in my career. I've played a lot of major championships, and like, I know how these things go, and you just got to go out there and play. You know, one of the things that I talk about with Rutel all the time is you just keep playing until you run out of holes, and hopefully by the time you run out of holes, whoever decided that 72 holes was the end of a golf tournament, hopefully your score is better than everyone else's.
Or 73 holes at the Masters, obviously.
Or 73, yeah.
Up to Shane.
Okay. Rory over here. Quick hypothetical for you. When you're looking at the 4 parts of the game, driving, approach, putting, around the green, if you were forced to trade one of those elements of your game for anybody currently playing, which would you choose, which part of the game, and who would you replace it with?
I wouldn't trade.
If you were forced to.
But I'm not.
If I asked you what part of a game you admired in somebody else, what other player, like who's somebody you admire putting, for instance?
I'm focused on my game.
All right. Mic 3 and then mic 2, please.
Rory, you said at Augusta that you were going to be playing with house money. Can you describe what it's like how you feel now that you are playing with house money? And has the pressure of the Grand Slam been replaced by any other form of pressure?
Look, I've achieved everything that I've wanted. I've done everything I've wanted to do in the game. I dreamed as a child of becoming the best player in the world and winning all the majors. I've done that. So everything beyond this, for however long I decide to play the game competitively, is a bonus.
Bob?
Rory, what does the wet conditions mean for the course, for the tournament, and does it favor you? There was always that sort of notion that this was good for you. Do you still believe that?
You know, yes and no. Like, I think early in my career that these conditions favored me more. I believe that they favored me more, but I believe that Pinehurst last year favored me. I believe that firm conditions favor me. I believe that any conditions that we play in, you know, I have the abilities and I have the skill set to excel.
We'll go next to mic 16, followed by mic 9, and then 6.
Rory, how are things the back row here? Now that you've done the Grand Slam, do you have another North Star ambition, one grand target which is motivating your career from here?
Not necessarily. I think everyone saw how hard having a North Star is and being able to get over the line. You know, as I said at the start of this press conference, if I can just try to get the best out of myself each and every week, I know what my abilities are. I know the golf that I can play, you know, and if I keep turning up and just trying to do that each and every week, especially in these 4 big ones a year, you know, I know that I'll have my chances. You know, I've always said I'm never going to put a number on it. You know, I've talked about trying to become the best European ever, or the best international player ever, whatever that is. But again, that's not, you know, the numbers tell one story, but it's not, mightn't be the full story. So, you know, I don't want to, you know, I feel like I sort of burden myself with the career Grand Slam stuff, and you know, I want to enjoy this. I want to enjoy what I've achieved, and I want to enjoy, you know, the last decade or whatever of my career, and I don't want to burden myself by numbers or statistics, or I just want to go and try to play the best golf I can.
9.
Hey, Rory, over here. When you know a course as well as this one, how does your preparation change for the weekend? Is it a little different coming back here for a major as compared to coming back here for a Wells Fargo in your mind?
You know, I thought it was going to feel different just because it was a major championship, and I got out on the golf course yesterday, and you know, it felt no different than last year at the Wells Fargo. The rough's maybe a little juicier, but you know, fairways are still they're still the same cut lines and same visuals, and so it doesn't feel that much different. I think everyone's preparation has been somewhat hindered this week because of the weather. I decided to fly home from Philadelphia on Sunday night. I spent a day in Jupiter. I got a couple hours practice at home at the Bears Club before I came up here on Monday evening. So, you know, I feel like I've prepared the best way that I could. I played the front 9 yesterday. I'll play the back 9 today. Yeah, and you know, it's not as if I don't know this place. So I think it's a matter of, you know, just making sure that every part of the game feels in a good spot. And yeah, because we all know this golf course so well, it's not as if you're going to glean anything new from a strategy perspective. It's just a matter of, you know, stepping up and hitting the golf shots, you know, when the gun goes on Thursday.
Is the strategy the same in how you attack the golf course, or does that change as well?
No, I think it's the same, especially with how soft it is. I think you have to be super aggressive off the tee, and then you just have to pick your spots going into the greens.
Gabby?
Rory over here. Looking back to 2010 here, I know it was 15 years ago. What do you remember from that week, and how important was that win really for you at the beginning of your career here? Yeah,
I wasn't even supposed to play this tournament in 2010. I missed the cut at the Masters, and I was struggling with a bad back. I went and got an MRI scan when I went home, and it showed some like edema and stress around L4, L5. And the doctor told me, like, it's probably better if you rest for a few weeks and not play. The weekend before, I played a round of golf at Royal Portrush, and I played really, really well. And I was sort of, you know, I felt like my back was feeling a little bit better, and I came over here excited. I came over here excited to play. I didn't play so good in the first round. And it was sort of like my rookie year as a member on the PGA Tour, so I, you know, had the opposite tee time, so I was playing in the afternoon but off the 10th tee on Friday, and I needed to play the last 3 holes in 2 under par just to make the cut, and I eagled 7, hit a 4-iron into sort of 15 feet, held that, and then I 2-putted from about 60 feet on 9 to make the cut. And then I played with Scott McCarron on Saturday morning. I went out and shot 66, and it got pretty tough in the afternoon and got me into the top 10. So I was excited about that. And I remember on the Saturday night, there was a big boxing fight on. It was like Manny Pacquiao and it might have been Floyd Mayweather. And we went to the Del Frisco's there in South Park, and we watched it at like midnight or whatever it was. You know, Vegas was 9 p.m. I remember getting to bed at like 2 a.m. Woke up the next day playing with Anthony Kim, and I went out and, you know, played one of the rounds of my life and won my first PGA Tour event. I yeah, I remember, you know, I got off to a pretty decent start, and then I birdied 11, and that's when I thought, okay. And it was the first time ever where, you know, I'd got myself, I'd been playing pretty well that year, but not, you know, not as well as this. And I set myself a target score. I think I birdied 11 to get whatever it was in the tournament. And I said, okay, if I can get to like 13 under par, I might be able to win this. And I think I got to 13 under par playing the 15th hole. So then it was just a matter of trying to, you know, do what I needed to do. And yeah, it was an amazing day. And it feels like such a long time ago, but at the same time, I can remember that. You know, I think those important things, the first, whether it's your first win or your first major or whatever it is, like those things stay with you. And I think part of the reason that I've played so well here since is, you know, I had that positive moment and those positive memories. And every time I come here, you know, I just those good feelings get rekindled. So it's been a good place for me.
Take two right here with Mark and Alex.
Hey, Rory. I'm assuming that your reaction on 18 at Augusta was a bit of an out-of-body experience. I'm wondering, as you've gone and looked back on it, what your emotion is when you look at that and just your recollection.
Yeah, I've tried not to watch it a lot because I want to remember the feelings, and I want to, you know, I've talked about this before. I think when I rewatch a lot of things back, I then just remember the visuals of the TV rather than what I was feeling and what I was seeing through my own eyes. So I haven't tried to watch it back too much. But anytime I have, I well up. I still feel like I want to cry. But yeah, it was an involuntary, just, you know, I've never felt a release like that before, and I might never feel a release like that again. You know, that could be a once in a lifetime thing, and it was a very cool moment.
Alex?
Rory, you talked about the different venues where you've played well. You feel like you're a good rain player than a good, you know, hard and fast player. Can you talk about how you got to this evolving mental attitude to be able to do that? And how much has Rotella, in the short period of time you spent with him, helped you kind of get through some of that?
Yeah, I think I talked about this at the Masters press conference, but I had my best season in 2019. I won the Players. I won the FedEx Cup. I had a good season, but I felt like my performances in the majors were disappointing. And I wrote in my journal or my notebook that I wanted to try to change that. And I wanted to try to tailor my game around the 4 biggest tests of the year. And I wanted to be known as someone that excelled at the hardest venues. So I said about, okay, what do I need to do? What aspects of my game do I need to get better at? And I think a lot of it had to do with mentality and embracing the toughness of a U.S. Open test, for example. You know, so I missed the cut at the U.S. Open 2016, 2017, 2018. And if you look at my results since then, I haven't finished outside the top 10 in the U.S. Open, and that was a real effort. I wanted to be known as a player that could excel in those toughest environments. And even though I haven't won a U.S. Open since then, my performances have been a lot better. And it was really about trying to retool my game in some ways, trying to master some shots that I hadn't quite mastered, and probably haven't still mastered, but I've got better at them. And then just, the attitude thing is a big thing. You know, working with Rotella pretty consistently since 2021. I've sort of went on, we've worked on and off for quite a while, but really consistently since 21's made a big difference.
Up to Mike 17, please.
Hi, Rory. Bryson said after the final round at the Masters that you barely spoke to him because you were so locked in. Just wondered your perspective on that and if you've had a chance to speak to him since that Sunday.
I don't know what he was expecting. We're trying to win the Masters. I'm not going to try to be his best mate out there. Yeah, look, everyone approaches the game different ways, and yeah, like I was focused on myself and what I needed to do, and that's really all that it was. It wasn't anything against him or against it. Just I felt that's what I needed to do to try to get the best out of myself that day.
Got time for 3 more. We'll wrap it up with Mike 7, 20, and then here on 3.
Rory, when you're playing practice rounds in wet and soft conditions, what is then the difficulty of having to make an on-course adjustment as the greens will eventually firm up come the weekend?
Yeah, I tried to hit a lot of downhill putts yesterday just to try to feel like what the speed of the greens might be like towards the tournament days. But yeah, it's a little different. That the chip shots are reacting a touch differently. The sand is firm, so you're probably getting a little more spin out of the bunkers. Yeah, it's probably not a true representation of what we're going to face this week in the tournament days. It looks like it's going to dry up, especially at the weekend. So I think it's just about getting more familiar with, or refamiliarize yourself with the greens. We sort of all know where the pin locations are going to be too. So certain hole locations and, hitting chip shots or putts from where you think the ball's going to finish. And it's more of that. But yeah, these 3 days haven't been, probably won't be a true reflection of what we're going to face during the tournament.
Yeah, Rory, just wondering, what's it like to achieve the dream of a lifetime? Was it different than you maybe expected it would be? And is one dream of a lifetime enough for any man?
Yeah, it's everything I thought it would be. I think the outpouring of support and congratulatory messages has been absolutely amazing. And yeah, look, everyone needs to have goals and dreams, and I've been able to, do something that I dreamed of for a long time. I'm still going to set myself goals. I'm still going to try to achieve certain things, but I sit here knowing that very well could be the highlight of my career. So that's a very cool thing. I want to still create a lot of other highlights and high points, but I'm not sure if any other win will live up to what happened a few weeks ago.
Doug?
As a winner of all 4, if you think back to Kiowa and even Valhalla, what's it like when they hand you that Wanamaker Trophy and you go to lift something that feels like it's got 2 bowling balls in it?
Yeah, it's nice for the pictures because your biceps are usually flexed, so it makes you look a bit stronger than you are. But it's very cool. It's a very cool trophy, and you've beat one of the strongest fields, if not the strongest field of the year. And yeah, it's a huge championship in our game with a lot of history.
Did you know it was that heavy?
Yeah, it looks heavy. It's big. I didn't know how heavy it was, but it's pretty meaty.
Did you lose the top one year? I feel like you did.
Ted Bishop lost it, I think.
Ted lost it.
Yeah. Ted was the one that dropped it. I caught it. So.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time, Rory. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lonely up here by myself.
We're pleased to be joined now by European Ryder Cup captain Luke Donald. Luke, welcome to your 17th PGA Championship. How much have you looked forward to competing in yet another major?
Well, yes, where I am in my career, I'm obviously very grateful to the PGA of America for giving me this invitation to play this week. I still, aside from my captain's duties, I like to work on my games, keep working at it, and playing majors is always fun. The atmosphere, playing on world-class golf courses against world-class field, testing your game. It's going to be a test for me this week. It's a brute of a golf course, very long, and with the weather, it's playing even longer. But glad to be here. It's great to be around all the players, playing another major is always fun.
Yeah. And then also with your captain's hat on, how do you feel about another strong showing from the Europeans following the Masters?
Yeah, it's great. Talking to a few guys, it's always nice when potential guys on your team are up there each and every week, playing against the strongest fields in golf and doing extremely well. Sometimes it's a little bit of a when you have 2 or 3 guys up there, like at the Masters we had, obviously Rory, Justin, Ludvig last week, Shane and Sepp. There's always got to be one loser as well, which is the tough part, because I'm texting the guy saying hard luck, but inside I'm thinking, this is great because I've got a few guys that potential guys all playing really well. So it's a great problem to have. I love the momentum that we have so far. The players always seem to elevate their games in Ryder Cup years, and it's good to see.
That's great. Thanks. We'll take some questions, starting right here with Juan.
So look, we always, and especially now, we talk about the animosity, the tensions of the Ryder Cup, and maybe because I'm European and American at the same time. Do you have memories of moments when the fans from Europe and the US come together, the players come together? The great things about Ryder Cup being a place where everybody comes together, no?
The Ryder Cup has an amazing history, and I think that's what creates really fun viewing for the fans. I think golf in general is very much an individual sport, but the Ryder Cup is team, and it relates a little bit better to the fans because of that. They're used to watching basketball and football and soccer and team sports, and they get behind those teams. And I think that's why the Ryder Cup is special. It's played over a lot of history. There's a good balance of U.S. and Europe winning. It's been a good battle over the last 30, 35, 40 years. Going back and forward, and I think players love that, and then the fans love that, and the players certainly as captain for Rome, just seeing those relationships, those moments in the team rooms where they get to chat together and share stories and all that kind of stuff. I think it's just a very unique week compared to what we have the other 51 weeks of the year. So that's what makes the Ryder Cup very special.
And at the same time, will you say you're friends with the captain of the American team and the players of the American team, and your players are friends too, no, in a way? No?
I think we have a deep respect for everyone. And, in the end, there's always, after 3 days of long battling on Sunday night, we always come together and we share stories. But Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we want to win. We want to win, and the competitiveness of these players, which makes them how great they are, really shows up. But we have a deep respect for all the players, and I have a deep respect and friendship with Keegan, my opposite. So nothing changes, but it doesn't mean you don't want to beat them.
Thank you.
Mike 10 and then Mike 12, please.
Hey, Luke. Luke. Just wondered if you'd had any indication about when the appeals, John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton's appeals, might be heard, and
Is there any sort of ongoing concern from you that those guys might end up not being eligible for the Ryder Cup?
I have had zero conversations. You know, again, that's a question for Guy Kinnings. I do not get involved with the politics of that. So my concentration is to get the best 12 players to New York, and you know, hopefully everyone is eligible.
Alex?
Luke, regarding the best 12 players for constructing your Ryder Cup roster, some captains typically lean more on emotion and partnership that they've formed, while others are a little bit more analytical. How are you going to strike a balance between the two, and do you lean one way or another for putting the team together?
Yeah, we have stats on everyone. You know, and it's my job to kind of communicate with players once the team starts to form, to figure out good partnership matches in terms of personality as well. I wouldn't say it's one over the other. I think statistics and data is really important, but gut instinct and personality matchups is equally as important. So, and then you have to sort of match it to the golf course, and then you have to look at golf balls as well, which is another headache that we have to think about, especially the week before when we're trying to figure out those kind of ideal partnerships.
Are there any candidates on the team that are petitioning themselves for that course, like you said, being a potential player to a course match, like you mentioned?
No, it's a little too early yet. We still have 3 majors, a bunch of elevated events, Rolex Series events, so there's plenty of points to play for. So it's still, those guys are keeping their heads down and trying to make as many points as they can.
Mike 7, then Mike 1.
Luke, over here. As you reflect on where you were at the 2023 PGA Championship, as you were entering as a Ryder Cup captain that year, how do you feel like you've grown heading into the 2025 PGA Championship now?
Well, I'm still 5'9", not hitting it far enough. I think as a player, not much has changed. I still like to work on my game, and it gets harder the older you get. But as a captain, I certainly learned a lot about myself before Rome. I've said it many times. When I was given the call, I think it was sometime around the week of the Canadian Open in 2022 that I was going to be the captain. I had some doubts. Whether I could fulfill the role, whether I had the abilities to do that. And I certainly, in the last 3 years now, I've learned a lot about myself. I've learned a lot about leadership. I've learned about, how to come out of my natural introvertness a little bit more. I think it's only helped me as a person. It's helped me understand myself a little bit better. And it's been a challenge. And I think just as my individual career, I've always tried to push myself and go towards those challenges, and this has certainly been one of those. And I've loved every minute of it, even during the hard moments.
Mike 1.
Hi, Luke. Rory's obviously pretty good on any golf course, but what is it about this particular layout that seems to suit him so much?
Well, it's a big golf course. It's not overly tight off the tee, but it demands length, and I think his high shot that he can hit right to left. There's quite a few holes that demand that sort of shot shape. That coupled with just a place that he's had success, and every time he has success, it builds, right? And you just feel more and more comfortable. You understand the greens, you understand how they roll, you understand the breaks. He obviously feels comfortable on the greens as well, but having, the greens have some slope, and having shorter shots, shorter irons into some of these greens, you can control it a little bit. It's a little bit like Augusta in that regard. So, it's a golf course that certainly fits his game.
Up here to Mike 13.
Luke, assuming all doors are open and everybody's eligible, how do you try to assess these guys like Jon Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton and Sergio Garcia, knowing what they're capable of doing in the Ryder Cup, but not being up in the points with everybody else, or maybe is competitive in the points to automatically qualify. How do you assess what they're capable of and making those choices when the time comes?
Well, first and foremost, data and analytics. We do have pretty in-depth data, even on the guys on Live, and so we can track. We know exactly how they're playing, and then obviously the majors are important. I think that's the time when everyone gets together and on good golf courses, and you have stacked fields, and just to see how they're playing in those is another point that we take into consideration quite a lot.
And also, knowing how intense the atmosphere is likely to be at Bethpage, how important will it be having guys who've been in that cauldron before over more rookies?
Yeah, I think I will certainly give a little bit more of importance to experience, people who have been able to handle those big moments under the most scrutiny, those major championships, people who can step up, have had chances to win or have won major championships. I think it's something I'll definitely consider, and it will be something that could give someone an edge if they're on a very similar playing field in terms of statistics.
Alex, right here.
Yeah. Luke, you said part of your job is to put together the best team. And I know you said also that you're not involved in the process in regards to Terrell or Sergio or John. But does that mean you wouldn't advocate for them if the process went there against them?
Well, I would love for them to be eligible, but again, I'm not involved in that process. That is not my role. I'll leave that up to Guy, and I think he can answer that one better than me.
So just to confirm, so you do believe that your role is to get the best team together, but yet you wouldn't be willing to advocate for those guys if they weren't eligible?
Well, I think Guy knows that I want my best 12. Let's put it that way. But I haven't talked to him about that.
Over to Mike 5 and then Mike 2.
Luke, sorry. Over. Hi. Of your 12, how many would you say are locked in currently? And as part of that, John Rahm was asked yesterday if he's basically been given a nod and a wink to say that you're in one way or the other, but you deferred that question to you. So, yeah.
Well, I haven't given anyone a nod. I think it's a little bit too early for that. Again, we have very in-depth stats. We know exactly how these players are playing. We have a great idea of where they stack up against each other and against the US. But I think it's a little too early to be giving anyone firm assurances right now. We have 3 majors, Elevate events, plenty of other events, Rolex events to play, and I want them to go out and feel like they go and earn it, and that's going to play well. But again, we do have a lot of stats in terms of John. He's one of the best players in the world, and I would expect him to be on that team, but I certainly haven't given him those assurances. He needs to still keep going and playing, and just like everyone else. That's, again, no assurances have been given right now.
Adam?
Luke, over here to your right. Somewhat related to that, do you watch Live Golf to see how those guys are playing?
I tune in now and again, yep. Absolutely.
Are the majors more important for those guys than on the PGA Tour because you have a little less sample size or less data for the Live players? I
think majors are important for everyone. But it's important for me, the majors, because I personally I don't see the Johns, the Tyrrells, Sergios, etc. As much these days. So in terms of just talking with them and seeing them face to face, that's important for me.
Luke, is there anything you learned about Sepp Straka at the 23 Ryder Cup that gave you a hint of the breakout season that he'd now have?
Well, I think he was picked for a reason in 23. I think he's sort of proven that he deserves to be thought of as one of the best players, European players. Just a cool, calm, collective, doesn't get too bothered by things, very consistent game, you know, great putter. You know, we saw that on Sunday. He just sort of did what he knows he can do. Didn't seem to get too up, too down, and you know, played extremely well. So he's just a very, very consistent ball striker. He works hard at his game. There's not too many weaknesses in his game, and I think you know, he was great to be around as well in that team room. He was just fun and joking, and just an easy guy to be around.
Your college teammate, Tom Johnson, club pro out at Meadow Club, made it here this week. What's your best Tom Johnson story?
Ooh. Best Tom Johnson story. I don't know. I'm not sure they're appropriate for this audience. We had some fun in college though for 4 years. That's for sure.
We'll wrap things up over here with Sean.
A few people I've spoken with on the International President's Cup team, they all say, we've just got to do what Team Europe does in order to beat the Americans. Have any of them reached out to you to try and better understand the recipe?
I talked to I talked to Trevor more for myself when he was captain before Rome. I ran into Jeff Ogilvy at the Masters this year, and he wants to sit down and have a little chat. But you know, again, I'm happy to kind of share what we do if it helps. Yeah, there's obviously they're still building a little bit of their history, and it certainly has been a little bit one-sided. The results, I'd say the competition is probably closer than the results would say. But yeah, I'd be happy to talk to Jeff.
Great, thanks for your time, Luke. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Sepp Straka is with us now at the 107th PGA Championship. Sepp, welcome to your 5th PGA Championship. A big win for you last week. What'd you do up there in Philly, and how you feeling coming into this one?
Yeah, it was a great week. The putter was really hot, which was key. Those greens were really tough to putt, and felt like I was able to make a lot of mid-range putts, which was huge. Ball striking was solid. Not anything exceptional there, but yeah, definitely was able to take advantage of a hot putter.
How's the week been so far, and what are your impressions of the course?
Yeah, it's been good. I got down here Monday evening. Course is long as ever, longer than it was, and with the rain, it's playing even longer than that. So yeah, it's in really good shape though, considering all the rain that we've gotten here. So yeah, looking forward to a good week.
That's great. Jim?
Just wondering, after you win, where did the emotion last week center on, man, this would be great not to have to be a captain's pick and I can nail down an automatic spot for the Ryder Cup?
Yeah, definitely was a little bit behind in the points. So the goal all year has been to make that team. And yeah, it's nice to kind of get that big chunk of points. But yeah, hopefully I can keep playing well and be in one of the top 6 there by the end of the year.
Sepp, you had a caddy change last week, and I'm just curious what the update on that is coming up this week.
Yeah, Dewey had an MRI yesterday, my regular caddy. He's not going to go this week, but hopefully we'll be ready coming up here in the next few weeks. They told him to just rest a little bit. He's feeling a lot better, so yeah, things are looking up there. And my brother's going to be on the bag this week, yeah.
How did you decide for your brother to be?
So it was already planned. Dewey's daughter is graduating college on Friday, I believe. So my brother was already going to caddy Friday, Saturday. So it really isn't a huge change of plans. We just told him that he's going to be going the whole week instead. Yeah.
And then when you think about the final stretch here, what makes it major-esque?
It's really hard. Yeah, you got to hit excellent shots. 16 is just a brutally long golf hole. I feel like that bunker's not really in play for me because I can just aim at it and stay short of it and then hit a 4-iron or 7-wood in. But it really just depends on how it plays, yeah, then 17 is a really tough par 3. You got to hit your number with a long iron within 5 yards to really hit a good shot, which is obviously really hard to do. And then 18, I think, is the best of the 3 holes. You got to hit a really good drive to get in the fairway. If you're not in the fairway, you're pretty much done for on that one. So yeah, it's going to take a lot of controlling the nerves and just executing good shots under a lot of pressure.
We'll go up to Alex on 12.
Yeah, Steph, wanted to comment regarding following up on wins. A lot of people talk about how difficult it is to play successfully the week after winning. After your last 3 PGA Tour victories, you finished in the top 10. Besides a whole lot of Diet Coke, how do you keep the energy and the momentum up after winning on Sunday?
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I've had a lot of off weeks after my wins recently, which definitely helps to kind of decompress, take it all in, get your energy back. But yeah, when it's a quick turnaround like this, it's hard. But yeah, the big thing is getting energy back. You get kind of drained. There's a lot of pressure. You're wrestling a lot of things, and then obviously after you win, there's a lot of adrenaline still going. So last night I had a really good night of sleep. So hopefully we're getting back on that track.
Juan?
So Seb, how are you? So top 10 in the world rankings right now. So we've been talking recently. I remember Colin Morikawa. Xander used to be in the same position. He's been up there, but also been kind of under the radar, no? Not getting that much attention. And I wanted to ask you, what are the advantages of that? And do you enjoy that position better than having attention all the time? No?
I definitely do. I'm not very outgoing, and I'm not a very not a big people person, but a little bit shy. But so I definitely enjoy being under the radar a little more, and that's probably a big reason why I am that way, is because I just don't bring a whole lot on myself. But yeah, it's it makes it maybe a little bit easier to prepare for tournaments because you don't have all the eyeballs on you. But internally, I think every player, whether they have a lot of attention on them or not, their standard is a lot higher than what other people have for them. So they're just trying to meet whatever their standard they set for themselves. And that's kind of the same with everybody.
I mean, a couple more things. Different for Austria. I mean, for us, you're making history for Austria. More people are watching golf now in Austria. I mean, what kind of effect is it having, and what are you getting from your country people there? No?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's all, the response from there is really amazing. Austria has grown as a golf country since I've been around. Since I was a little kid, it's grown a lot. And people love it over there. It's definitely not one of the major sports in Austria, pretty limited with the seasons, but they're definitely golf crazy, and it's awesome to see the support that I get from Austria. That every week there's somebody from Austria in the crowd that's rooting me on, or I get messages from friends, it's really cool to see kind of the support from Austria.
And one last thing, we had Luke Donald this morning here. I mean, it looks like you have a guaranteed spot in the Ryder Cup, no? So kind of your memories of the last one and what you expect here this year, no? So,
memories. I mean, it's incredible. I got to play with Shane on Sunday last week, and he's become a really good friend of mine. And what a great week, great group of guys. Still kind of the group chat's still going from the last one. Hoping to be in the group chat for the next one. So, the next one's going to be very different, I think. The environment in Rome was incredible. Obviously, we were the home team, so that's expected. But it's going to be quite the opposite in New York. I think the fans are going to be coming out in full support for the U.S., and I think it's going to be fun, but in a very different way. I think they're going to make it very challenging, and it's going to be tough. So, hopefully I can get my game in shape and keep it going through that time.
Jim?
So last week when you were winning, there was a lot of talk on TV of the great Austrian downhillers. Franz Klammer and
Hermann Mayer.
Yeah. Who's if one of those downhillers is your hero, who is it?
Hermann Mayer was for me. Just growing up in that era, when I was a kid, I was always watching him. So he was my kind of my hero. I was not a very talented skier. I grew up in Vienna, so not a whole lot of skiing there. But he was the one I always grew up watching. So he was, he would be my one. But my mom would say Franz Klammer because he was a golfer and a skier and very talented in both. And it's a nice history there.
And if I could, when you won last week, you just mentioned Shane Lowry. Is there a touch of awkwardness knowing how heartbroken he was?
I don't know about awkwardness. We talked in scoring, and he was very happy for me. He was obviously very upset that he didn't pull it out. But Shane's such a good guy. All day, we were very fiery, we were very competitive, but I don't think that ever came in between, us being friends, or that would never really jeopardize that. So no, definitely no awkwardness, but I definitely felt for him because he's played some incredible golf over the last few years, and everybody wants to be the one holding the trophy at the end. He's just going to keep playing the way he's been playing, and I'm sure he'll be holding one here very shortly.
We'll wrap things up here with Juan.
So we started. Guten Morgen. We're going to German.
Perfect.
Yeah. So I mean, the feeling of coming to a major, probably for the first time, as a PGA Tour winner. And in the top 10 of the world rankings. What does it mean for you?
Ja, es ist super. Der Sieg letzte Woche war ein Wahnsinn. Ich habe nicht sehr viel geschlafen am Sonntagabend, aber die letzten paar Tage habe ich gute Recovery gehabt und freue mich auf diese Woche. Der Platz wird sehr lang spielen, wird sehr schwer sein, aber hoffentlich kann mein Spiel kann ich so weiterspielen und hoffentlich bleibt der Putter heiß.
We were talking about the reception, the feedback you're getting from Austria, how you see the game growing, kind of following you. I mean, can you talk a little bit about that? No? So.
Ja, es ist ein Wahnsinn, was für Messages ich bekomme von Österreich. Also der Support ist wirklich super. Ich sehe die Schlagzeilen in den Medien und es ist natürlich immer super, wenn ich Österreich vertreten kann auf der PGA Tour. Und ja, ich bin wahnsinnig zufrieden und stolz darauf, hier die österreichische Flagge vorne dabei zu haben.
And the last thing is, so being where you are right now, we're saying top 10 in our rankings, does your attitude and your plans and your vision for the year change? And when you come to a tournament like this, do you feel like you have to aspire to more? No?
Na, die Erwartung ist immer noch gleich. Ich glaube, dass ich einfach mein Spiel spielen will. Die Ergebnisse kommen, wenn man gutes Golf spielt. Und der Plan ist einfach, den Spielplan auszuführen. Ich muss hier auf jeden Fall Fairways treffen. Der Platz ist sehr lang. Ich bin nicht einer der längeren Spieler hier. Also muss ich im Fairway sein, weil vom Rough kann ich mit den langen Eisen nicht spielen. Und ja, die Erwartung ist immer noch dieselbe. Ich werde einfach mein Spiel spielen und hoffentlich ist das gut genug, dass ich am Sonntag dann vorne dabei bin.
Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks for your time, Sepp.
Absolutely.
We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right, we're here at the 107th PGA Championship with Viktor Hovland. We're actually going to start with some questions in Norwegian. Juan?
So, Victor, it looks like this is this time of the year when people start realizing again how good you are, no? And when the season starts getting better, no? Tell me about your cycle and how you come into this week, no? So.
Nei, jeg vet ikke helt om det. Det er jo veldig tilfeldig når man spiller bra og når man spiller dårlig egentlig. Men ja, jeg liker jo å tro at nå som de store turneringene begynner å ta fatt, så er det jo nice at formen begynner å komme litt på plass. Skulle gjerne spilt litt bedre på trening og i de tidligere turneringene her, men det er mye som er bra, men det er noe igjen som sitter som gjør det litt tøft for meg å prestere på det nivået jeg har lyst til å prestere. Men du vet aldri, plutselig så skimter jeg til denne uka og spiller veldig bra.
So last year it was kind of the first time that all the big changes you're working on started like giving fruit, no? I mean, and working for you at the PGA here, no? And you finished strong here. So is that all consolidated? All these changes you're working on, or are you still working on some things?
Jeg jobber fortsatt med ting. Det var mer det var litt mer et unntak i fjor, at jeg spilte veldig bra i fjor. Og det egentlig viser jo hva jeg er god for, men jeg skulle gjerne ha litt mer hjelp fra det tekniske biten, og vite hvor ballen går i litt høyere grad. Det blir litt lettere for meg da, som en golfspiller å prøve å få ballen i hullet når jeg kan forutse hvor ballen ender opp. Men når ballen går litt høyre og venstre, så blir det mye tilfeldigheter. Så jeg har fortsatt litt å jobbe på, men jeg vet fortsatt hva jeg er god for, og selv om det er en veldig tøff bane og en av de største turneringene vi spiller, så vet jeg at jeg kan likevel spille veldig bra golf.
And the last thing is kind of your memories of playing in Quail Hollow, PGA Tour, and other events here, and how different do you think it will play this week as a PGA Championship, no?
Ja, vi har jo hatt veldig mye regn de siste dagene her nå, så det spilles veldig langt fra tid. I tillegg så har de gjort par hull litt lenger i tillegg, så driving blir utrolig viktig. Ikke bare må du slå rett, det er jo ikke den trangeste banen fra tid, men når du har så lange hull, så må du slå langt og rett fra tid. Også i tillegg må de lange jerna være på plass. I tillegg til de grinene, selv om det har vært så mye regn som har kommet ned, så spretter de fortsatt, og grinene er veldig raske, så det gjelder å ha kontroll på innspillet i tillegg. Så ja, det blir langspillet må sitte denne uka.
Thank you.
All right, now back to English. We'll start with Alex on 12 and then number 2.
Hey, Victor, you mentioned with all the swing changes you've been going through, after the win at Valspar, you were impressed you could get it to the wire, maybe even a little bit surprised you were able to win under those circumstances. This week, would you have that same level of surprise if you were to win this week?
Yeah, there'll definitely be some of that left in there because I'm still not entirely happy with where I'm at. What I'm happy about is the progress that I've made since, right before the Valspar and even since the Valspar. I think I'm definitely trending in the right direction, but there's still just some stuff left in there that just doesn't allow me to play to the level that I want to play at. But, at the Valspar, I proved to myself with even worse ball striking that I can still be competitive, and I think the tournament here last year was also another proof of that. So yeah, I do beat myself down with kind of where I'm at technically, and it's just it's not fun when you're out there trying to predict a certain golf shot and the ball flight does the opposite. But even despite that, I don't doubt my abilities to get the ball in the hole. So we'll see what happens this week.
Victor, when you have a move or position in your swing that you know is the one you want to be in, but it just feels weird, like what's the process for like rewiring those feels? Like how do you make it feel a little better and eventually good?
Yeah, it's a tough one. Feel is just so subjective, and feels change all the time. I can still rely on the same feels right now as I used to, but the feels now have changed. So I think I wire my brain to new feels if I see that the ball is doing what I want it to do. If I'm seeing objectively good results, it's easy to get over the weirdness of how it feels. So I do kind of try to separate what I feel and what the ball is objectively doing, because that's ultimately what we're doing. We're trying to play good golf, and yeah, so just trying to divorce that, but at the same time relying on some of that, because that is a feel game. If you can't equate your feels to a good shot, then that's also no good. So.
And is it just kind of like a reps thing? Like, do you just see enough good results with a weird feel that it just starts matching up eventually? Or?
Some of it is reps, but it's you have to get to the root cause of something. And I've just had a move in my golf swing for the past 5-6 years that's just been so effortless, and it's been very easy to predict. And now suddenly the last couple of years it hasn't been doing that, so I have to continue to kind of figure out what exactly is the mechanism or the way to train that old move back in there, so I can predict where the ball is going to go again. So it's not necessarily a reps thing, because you're just ingraining the movement that you already have even deeper. So you kind of have to, deconstruct it in a way.
All right, we'll go to Jim on 3.
Viktor, did you just register today? And if so, where have you been since you left the tournament last week?
Yeah, I still haven't registered, so I'm about to do that after this press conference. Yeah, I've just been practicing.
All right, we'll go to number 10.
Hey, Viktor. We've seen you grinding late out there a couple nights. Just want to know how you're feeling. What's one aspect that you're really trying to focus on this week going into it?
Yeah, this week is obviously it's a big driving week. The course is so long. Fairways are wet, you're going to have to drive it long and straight. And driving is usually the best part of my game, but recently it's been tough for me. I try to go back to my old reliant fade off the tee. And when I do that, because of just how the club is moving, it's just not allowing me to do that. And I'm hitting a lot of double crosses, missing a lot to the left, which for me is, I can kind of deal with an overcut, but when the ball is drawing to the left, and sometimes when it's not doing that, it's starting right and going right. That's a tough place for me to be. So I just got to get to the bottom of that, and if I can get the ball consistently in the fairway off the tee, even though I don't feel amazing, my iron play has been pretty solid this year. So I can still get the ball in the hole.
All right, we'll go to 1 on 8.
So let's try in English now. So about the changes, and I feel like the story is, when do you stop doing changes? Are you always working on some small or bigger changes? No? So,
I mean, you're always changing something, whether you're doing it consciously or unconsciously. Yeah. I think I've just been a little bit more vocal about it. So people ask me all the time, it's like, why are you always changing? Like, you can ask any guy in the field here, what are you working on this week? And they're going to have an answer for you. Obviously, I would like the changes to be less complicated. But when I'm not in the place where I need to be, you have to make changes to get to the place where you want to be, and then you change less things. Yeah. I think I've been a little bit too flippant maybe in the past of exploring too many areas in trying to get better. But as I've alluded to in the past, is that the majority of times I've done that, I've actually gotten better. And I am almost addicted in a way to try to get better, because it's worked out so well for me in my career. But in this place where I'm at, there's just a couple key pieces that are preventing me from playing my best golf. So I'm not content with playing the way that I am right now, so I have to make changes. That's just how it goes.
Yeah. And one other thing is, last year you got really close, no? And so what would be that extra thing that you would need to get to the top, no? That didn't work last year?
Yeah, I mean, you can frame it like that. I framed kind of last year as a huge positive, because I think, although I shouldn't have probably admitted that either, but I almost didn't play last year, and I almost won the tournament. So it's like, I look at that as a huge win. I almost won a major championship without feeling good about my game at all. So I don't look at that as like, man, I'm lacking a bunch of stuff. I mean, if I can get the rudimentary part of the game back to where it should be, I don't doubt my abilities to win a golf tournament. And so that's why I'm focusing solely on getting back to where I've been before, because I'm a lot more mature, I'm a lot more experienced, and I have more tools in my arsenal now to compete at these big events.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go back down here to 3.
Hey, Hovland, I have a couple for you. In terms of making changes, is there a point or a feeling that you'll get that will take playing the week of a green light to a red light?
Say that one more time.
Like when you're making changes and you're trying to grab the feel and you're like, I don't know if I want to play this week or if I do. Is there a point or a feeling where you say it's not a green light this week to play?
Doesn't quite work like that. I mean, there's some tournaments where, I mean, major championships are, you don't skip those events, but it gets to a point where, like, man, it just doesn't feel like you're able to compete. And if you're not able to compete, at least for me, I don't want to be out there and play. You know, I'm not trying to just grind to barely make the cut. That's not fun. I'd rather spend that week to try to get better because, you know, to play your best golf, you can't think about a bunch of mechanics. You have to go out there and let your unconscious swing just do what it's supposed to do. But if that ball is going all over the place, you know, that's tough. I'd rather be at home and try to figure that out. And then when I feel ready, I'll play a tournament. That's just kind of how my mind works.
And then looking at the course, the final stretch, the Green Mile, is really difficult. What makes it that way?
It's just long. 16 is just a really long hole, but it's pretty generous off the tee, and even the green is pretty big. But 17 is really hard hole with the water all along the left side, and if they have the tee boxes all the way back, I mean, you're hitting a 5 or 4 iron, and even though you got room to the right, there's a little slope down there that's a difficult up and down, and then obviously 18, you can't hit it right, you can't hit it left, and even if you hit it in the fairway, you know, it's a pretty difficult second shot as well. So it just forces you to hit good shots. This course doesn't allow you to hide.
All right, thank you, Victor. Appreciate it.
When did you get here, Tyler?
When did I get here? I got here Saturday.
Hi, guys. Well, good afternoon, everyone. 2025 PGA Professional Champion and Corebridge Financial Team member Tyler Collet joins us now at the 107th PGA Championship. Tyler, welcome to Quail Hollow. How's it feel to be back for your 4th PGA Championship?
Yeah, feels awesome. It's nice to see kind of everybody that I've formed relationships with along the last 5 years. It was cool to get out with Cam Young this morning and see the back nine and just kind of chatting with him, and because he's played here with the Wells Fargo or the Truist now, and it was nice to pick his brain a little bit about the golf course and how it plays differently this week versus previous weeks. And but yeah, it feels obviously it's really nice to be playing in a major, and I think it's awesome that the PGA of America offers this for the 20 of us, and couldn't be more thankful and more proud.
What stands out to you from your previous appearances at the PGA?
Like in terms of the golf course or just
golf
myself?
course, whole experience, yeah.
Golf course wise, I think this is probably, of the 4 that I've played, this is probably the best venue that I've been a part of. Not to take away from anything that the other ones that I've played in were doing, but this is a really big golf course, but it's set up so good for a major, and credit to the grounds crew and the staff here is unbelievable.
That's great. Thank you. We'll open up for questions. We're going to start with our special media member guest, Brantley.
How do you overcome bad shots?
That's a great question. I think if you would have asked me that 4 years ago, I would have told you a different answer. But now I would just say golf is just a game, and it's a game that we love to play, and it's supposed to be fun. And just try to be light with it and try to have fun with the shots. And everybody hits bad shots. I'm going to tell a story that I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to. In 2022, I was at Southern Hills, and it was Sunday afternoon before the week started, and it was me and one other person on the range hitting golf balls, and here comes Tiger Woods. And he drops balls next to me, literally right next to me on the range. And growing up in his era, Watching him play golf on TV, it was really cool to have one of my idols hit balls next to me. But he's a human being, and he was hitting shots just like I was, and it's the greatest to ever do it. But he does hit bad shots too. So you just kind of take the shots how you have it, and everybody hits bad shots, but just try to have fun with it. That's it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brantley. Go over here, Luke.
So in that story, was Tiger Woods hitting bad shots on the range, and you were learning from him? Like, what's the moral there, I guess, and what was going on specifically?
Yeah, I think he was. As we play on this level, we know what a thin shot sounds like. We know what a fat shot sounds like, and just listening to the sound of the golf ball. Obviously, when he hits it good, it's different sound. Obviously, he's the best ever to do it. But I know what a thin shot sounds like, and I know what a push looks like or a pull, and he was hitting those shots just like anybody else would. So that's kind of all I meant about it.
Oh yeah, and then separately, you mentioned this is just a really big golf course, and it's wet, so even longer this week. Like, how do the shorter hitters in the world, how do they get around these big golf courses effectively when, again, they're just at a bit of a length distance?
Yeah, good question. Honestly, I think it all starts off the tee. You have to hit fairways around these big golf courses. And if you hit the fairways, then you can, usually if the shorter hitters, they're better with their longer clubs because they have to be, or they're better with their short games, right? And I think the shorter hitters around here, they have to find fairways first. And if you can do that, then I think you can score, because around the greens, you can miss it in areas that are a little bit bigger, that are easier up and downs around here than I would say maybe Keel Island a few years ago, or Southern Hills. So, yeah.
Right here with Jim.
Tyler, could you give us a little background? Would you call yourself, based on what you did as a junior golfer, would you say that, man, Tyler's a long shot to ever make it in the PGA Championship? Was all your work and your progression done, late teens, early 20s?
Yeah, good question. I would say I don't think I got good enough until a few years ago. And it all kind of changed on how I approached and viewed the game of golf. I would say in junior golf, college, and maybe a year after college, I always had the dream to play professionally and play at the highest level. But I viewed it as like my 100% job, and which it is, but I never had fun doing it. And now I enjoy what I do, and I think my mindset is it's not the end of the world anymore. It's a game that I love to play, and it's obviously at the highest level, but it's not like it's life and death out there. And I think that calms my mind down and calms my approach, and I play better because of it.
Up here to Alex on 7.
Tyler, we talked in Port St. Lucie about your embracing and loving of Florida golf, which was the vibe there at PGA Golf Club. In North Carolina here, it looks like we're going to be getting a little bit of sunshine, humidity, and a breeze later in the week. With that being said, any similar vibes between Quail Hollow and Port St. Lucie that might help you carry that momentum from a couple weeks ago?
I think the only similarities of these two golf courses are the firmness of the greens. Port St. Lucie was a little bit of a shorter golf course. The ball was running out in the fairways a little bit more. It's a little bit of a shame for the weather that we've had the last couple of days. But it's going to be a good test. Like you said, there are a little similarities around the greens, but for the most part, it's completely different. If you ask, obviously you asked me, so it's different. But it's going to be a fun test.
Good luck this week.
Jim?
I know it's been, mindset here, I'm going to PGA Championship, but if you're given time to think going forward, you have some of the perks come with winning the championship. 6 PGA Tour, final qualifying, I think, for U.S. Open qualifying, Open Champion. Have you given thought to, okay, this is my schedule going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely going to do final qualifying for U.S. Open and British Open. I will definitely take advantage of the 6 starts next year. I haven't quite set my mind on which ones I'm going to pick. I will also do, I believe it gets me into second stage at Q School. I will pursue that as well. So that's the plan going forward.
Any other questions for Tyler? All right. Thanks for your time. We
All right.
appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Ludvig Aberg joins us now at the 107th PGA Championship. Ludvig, welcome to Quail Hollow and your second PGA Championship. What are your thoughts on the golf course and your game heading into tomorrow's first round?
It's a really nice golf course. It requires a lot of good shots. It's I've heard the term big boy golf course, which describes this one very well. And some really long holes. Now when the fairways are still wet, you're not getting any roll off the tee, and greens are firming up with the sub-air. So it'll be a good challenge. It'll be long, and greens will be, I would imagine, getting a little firmer. So it'll be nice. I feel like I've had a couple of weeks where things are clicking a little bit more, which has been very nice. And it's been nice to spend some time here with my coach Hans. He was over. Last time I saw him was Augusta. So I feel like we're moving, which is always positive.
That's great. Thanks. We'll open up for questions. Juan?
So first thing, can you be a little bit more specific about clicking a little bit more? What things are working for you now?
Yeah, I have sort of this tendency in my golf swing where my face gets a little bit too open at times, and when it gets open, I can't really turn. Technically speaking, that's what happens. So we've been working on getting the face a little bit more shut at address and at impact, which allows me to be a little bit more active in my body, allows me to be a little bit more athletic, which is nice. So yeah, we've just been working through that, which has been nice. I saw some positives last week in Philly with my driver, which was really nice, and that'll be a key this week to hit that driver very well if you want to compete. So looking forward to do that and keep improving on that.
Well, another quick thing, a golf course like this, when a lot of the players here have competed several times, coming to PGA Tour events and now coming to a PGA, what do you think would be the main difference to this week as a PGA event, as a major, compared to the experience you had at other times here?
Yeah, I've never played this tournament before. I've never played this golf course in a tournament setting, so it'll be a first for me. I wasn't playing here last year, and obviously the year before I was in school. So this will be my first time seeing in a tournament setting. We were here last weekend, right before we went to Philly, just to play the golf course and see sort of start lines off the tee and get a little bit more familiar. But first time I'll see it in tournament, but it's a great golf course. It's you got to hit some shots if you want to win this tournament.
Alex?
Yeah, Ludvig. Fellow Swede Ingrid Lindblad recently got her first LPGA Tour win. Both of you are at similar points in your career and have a lot of early success. What do you attribute to the 2 years' success, and how does it feel to kind of feed off her and continue your early career success as well?
Yeah, it's amazing. Ingrid, she's a really good player. Obviously, she was really good in college too at LSU, winning however many times that was. And it's cool to see her. I think she was starting out on the Epson Tour and worked her way up on the LPGA. And I wasn't surprised when I saw her win that first event. I think she's going to have a lot more coming. But yeah, I think it speaks a lot to the Swedish Federation. We're both sort of coming through the same program. We've sort of seen the same coaches and the same sort of upbringing. And it's very good. I think you'll keep seeing good players. I mean, we have a lot of good players coming up, Challenge Tour guys, European DP World Tour guys, and also now a couple of PGA Tour guys. So I think Swedish golf is definitely strong, and I think it's just going to get stronger too.
Go to Garrett on Zoom.
Hey, Big. Just wanted to say, what are your thoughts overall with groupings? I know you're playing your own game, but how much of an effect does your grouping have for a major championship? And then also just with the new course, like how much do you lean on Joe Scarborough and your caddy?
Do you say grouping?
Yeah, about the groupings.
Grouping, pairing. Yeah, I mean, I think you want to play with good players. You want to play with guys that you know are going to play well, and I think that's the case in my pairing over the next couple of days. And you always want to feed off good golf shots. You want to see putts go in. You want to see good shots being hit. So I'm sure we're going to get a lot of that coming up over the next couple of days from Jordan and Patrick. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a cool challenge. Obviously, major championship is a little bit more than a regular tour event. So, but I do like those challenges.
How much will you lean off of Joe Scarborough, your caddy, for this course?
Yeah, a bunch. Him and Ricky got Ricky's first tour win here a couple of years ago, and he's seen the golf course a bunch. Obviously, it's changed a little bit over the years from what I've heard, but yeah, I think I'll lean on him no matter what tournament we're playing in. But obviously, a golf course where I haven't been and he's been here a ton, I think I'll lean a little bit more than I usually do.
Thanks, man.
Back to Juan.
So what more? You go back, taking you back to 2023. I mean, you go from NCAA finals to Ryder Cup in a matter of months, no? So if you look at that in perspective now, I mean, how do you see that year, no?
Yeah, it went quick those last months after school, but I felt like I was prepared for it. I felt like I was prepared golf-wise and mentally. I was up for the challenge, and I think I handled that very well. I knew it was going to be a lot. I knew it was going to be a big change on the golf course and different things to deal with and different things sort of heading my direction. But I felt like I handled it with, I try to have fun with it. I try to obviously take it pretty light, even though I'm a competitor, but it was cool. It was cool. It shows how strong college golf is. I think you'll see multiple guys after me do the same thing. And it looks like we're going to have a few guys coming through on tour through the PGA Tour U program this summer, when they're turning pro after NCAA. So I think you'll keep seeing it, but I consider myself very fortunate to sort of be the first guy to really take advantage of it.
So when you say prepare for it, I mean, like now 2 years later, how used are you to being in contention on the majors, and how do you see the Ryder Cup this year compared to 2 years ago, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think the experiences that I've had over the last almost 2 years has definitely helped me. The Ryder Cup in 23 definitely helped me because I was able to hang out with those guys that I'd really only seen on TV up until that point. So it was cool to see that when I was playing well, that my game was just as good as those guys, which gave me a lot of comfort and confidence going forward. And I think until you've seen what the best players do, you don't really know how good is good. Obviously, you see it on TV, but to have conversations with them, and that really helped me. And obviously, I want to be on the team this year as well. That's something that I heard when I did it the first time in Rome, that if you ever been on one team, you never want to miss it again, and that's very true. And that's how I feel about Bethpage this year.
Any other questions? Up there.
Hi, Ludvig. I wanted to ask about your Masters experience from a couple weeks ago. How do you look back on that now? And is there anything that you've learned that you can take in to Charlotte this week?
Yeah, I think what I thought was really cool about that week was that I felt like I wasn't hitting it very well. I was sort of not scraping it around, but it was very average in my opinion, the way that I was hitting the ball. And going into that event, I knew that I had things to work on in my golf swing, but I was still able to sort of pull something out of the hat and be in contention on the Sunday, which tells me that it gave me a lot of comfort knowing that I can do that. And obviously, I would have loved to have those last couple holes go a little bit different, but I was also proud of the way that I was able to put myself there, knowing that I wasn't swinging it very nice. I wasn't chipping it very nice, but I was still able to sort of find something and have a chance to win it.
We'll wrap things up here with Juan in Swedish.
So we couldn't finish. We are speaking in Swedish, so yeah, a couple of questions. So.
Okay.
So, I mean,
do you want me to reply in Swedish?
Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we are talking your first tournament in this golf course, no? So, and seeing as a PGA, I mean, kind of, what do you think is going to be the key this week? Yeah, no?
Det är lång bana. Fått mycket regn sista dagarna, så att det kommer fairways kommer vara ganska blöta, vilket resulterar i absolut 0 rull. Så att banan kommer spelas ganska lång från 10, och sen grinerna har de ändå kunnat hålla på en ganska bra nivå i hårdheten, så att den kommer fortfarande bli hårdare och hårdare, så att det kommer bli en lång bana. Tuffa hål där, det är ett par väldigt starka par 4 hål som man behöver slå drivern bra för att vara bra med från 10, och sen missa på rätt sida med ganska ondulerade griner, många griner som har platåer. Och man kommer få ganska, Pin här kommer få ganska mycket break på puttarna och så här. Men en fantastisk anläggning och coola hål framåt slutet. Jag tycker hål 14 till 18 är fantastiska golfhål. Och vill man vinna en tävling så får man se till att slå lite bra golfslag.
And then I was asking about your evolution as a player in the last 2 years. Now things happened really fast in 23. Kind of you're getting used to being in the majors, going back to the Ryder Cup. I mean, how do you see this? No?
Nej men absolut, jag tycker jag utvecklats på ett positivt sätt sista, såklart nästan 2 år sedan så jag blev proffs när vi blev klara med skolan. Så att, jag tycker jag utvecklats på ett bra sätt. Jag nödvändigtvis kanske inte slå bollen fantastiskt mycket bättre, men jag hanterar mig själv bättre strategiskt på golfbanan och känner att jag kan spela hyfsad golf även fast jag kanske inte slår bollen fantastiskt. Så att ser fram emot att fortsätta utvecklas på det planet. Men det är mycket kvar i golf. Det är en häftig sport och hela tiden har massa utmaningar att jobba med. Och jag tror det är det jag gillar med att hålla på med den här sporten.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time, Ludvig. We appreciate it.
Thank you.